Delta. Oh no. I think he might actually be dead. Hi. No. Probably not, no. But who knows, maybe. Sorry, struggling a little with getting stream set up right now. The struggle is mostly over. Now it's just back onto the normal route of things, but... If I sounded frustrated, I was frustrated with myself there. Yes. Maya. Maya. Fucking Maya. Also Larry Butts. Oh, Neko, hi-oh, everyone. And I wasn't hating on myself. I was frustrated with myself. Also, phone, why are you off? It is stream time. You need to be tracking me. There we go. Everyone's having a good day, I hope. You're having a good time. You're holding this ball. So is Delta, and Ring, and Epic, and Alice, and Vari, and Simple, and Cult, and a bunch of other people. Well, Epic, what's the game you like? Nope, that's not on a good hair. You ever have difficulty finding a good room? Yeah, well, dang. You ever have someone show up and just be obnoxious? And you wanted them to go away, right? But overall, you still like VR chat? That's the difference between frustration and hate. A thing was going wrong, you wish it would stop going wrong. It annoys you that it's going wrong. But overall, you're still pleased with the end thing. You really wish this thing would stop being annoying. Oh, there you are, Odo. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. Sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear. If it was deliberate... Yes, it did, yeah. No shit it puts you in mind of Dr. Shi. So we're gonna wind up pulling in those two fucking... Yeah. Yep. Oh, good. It's going to be those two. They're French. Okay, hold on. Absolute crackpot theory. Provided that we reveal... I'm legitimately, like, as I've said, I am legitimately willing to believe that the majority of the guilty people that Van Zykes was prosecuting that got found innocent died by complications of their own actual guilt. Which is to say that the usual mafioso tends to meet their end at the hands of a different mafioso. You know what I mean? They tend to eventually have upset the family and get rubbed out. They wind up sleeping with the fishes. You know, I'm willing to accept that the majority of the criminals that Van Zykes gets found not guilty eventually have their own life of crime catch up to them. I'm willing to actually accept that, but the game seems to be insistent that there is a... The implication is that it's like a supernatural force, but the actual, like, also implication is that it's a person pretending to be a supernatural force. That... The words I'm saying are at least making a modicum of sense, right? They are resembling enough of an order that they are conveying an idea, even if I said conveying instead of conveying. Regardless, okay, moving on. Is there a possibility that the actual Reaper was Greg? And Van Zykes, trying to get to the bottom of the Reaper rumors, wound up investigating Greg? So, okay. Let's... Let's just whip this open, shall we? I'm gonna include my nonsense thought. Okay, so we've got the idea of the Reaper. Yeah? So we've got Could be. Possible. Maybe. I don't know. It'd be stupid, but it could be. Okay, so the people who are prosecuted by Van Zykes are killed by the Reaper. No, it's not Iris. So the Reaper kills the people prosecuted by Van Zykes. Therefore, people have drawn the logical conclusion that the Reaper is Van Zykes. But my theory is that the Reaper is not Van Zykes, and that I'd get her found innocent because Iris must be protected. Fuck the justice system, Iris must be protected. So, my theory is that maybe Greg is the Reaper. And that Van Zykes, wanting to find out who the Reaper was, wound up investigating Greg. Because Van Zykes wants to find out who the Reaper is, because Van Zykes want to find out who's killing the people, because as we can see here in this photograph here, this was kept as a very important photograph by Greg, which shows that Greg is close to the Van Zykes family. And then, because of Clint Van Zykes, who was killed by the professor, supposedly, maybe. That's going to be a fucking spider web we're going to untangle later, too. The banana. At the ring, I threw at myself by accident. In order to... Of course, there's also the possibility that Clint isn't dead, and Clint has been acting as the Reaper this entire time because, you know, the fucking Phoenix Wright game. All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. The recess will be over shortly. Very shortly. Yes, you're right. Just like Sasato or Ryunosuke would have known that Kazuma was alive, maybe? Let's face it. A running theme in this so far has been people who are not dead, who are supposed to be dead. I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Okay, so you're basically saying we're going to have a day 2 of investigation, aren't you? I mean, it is a possibility. I'm not discounting it as a possibility. In order to lure out the something of the something of the Red-Headed League, who is tied to the Professor, who is tied to the DL6, who's tied to Giselle Brett, who's tied to Apollo's mom, who's tied to the great ancestor of the Fae clan. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Baroque Van Zykes, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi. My lord? Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception, they arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Berloff, usher the two men into the courtroom. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court.
I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great Rousseau family from Nice in France.
And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I eat the spaghetti. I am the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility.
Those who graduate from Temsic are the future leaders of Europe.
No, the people who graduate from Temsic tend to become weird ghosts with supernatural powers. What? Like, one was this cat who could, like, manipulate objects, and there was this Pomeranian who could swap objects around, and then there was this weird guy with, like, I don't know how to describe him. I am referring to Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, in which the Temsic meteor was the cause of many things. Also by Capcom. Also heavily inspired by Phoenix Wright. I'm not entirely convinced that this is not actually a reference. Is there an actual thing called Temsic? I searched Temsic, and the very first thing that comes up is the Temsic meteorite. Everything that is related to Temsic is Ghost Trick related. Yes, so this is, it is actually making a reference to Ghost Trick here. Cool.
But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Hello. I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little gray cells of my brain.
I'm turning into the German version now.
That is all I am trying to do.
So that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out.
Oui, you could say that.
Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideas, but the petty plans. This strange combination is at the charm of the hilarious brothers. See, Capo?
Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you.
Che? Tell me your grandy anecdotes in Viva.
Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business.
Che bello, there it is, the capo's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, capo, the fur, the meaning of your words. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui, c'est ça.
And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud?
Laura,
I will explain it. No, Capo, leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased with this without pity. They said we didn't have a soul. The Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi Fountain. Well, those dogs, one day the world will respect us redheads. Now, every night he would bury his head.
C'est bien, Pepino. Enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement.
I'm also going to just throw a Phoenix Wright pitch across the third base, because that's just like how you have to throw balls in Phoenix Wright baseball. You just pick a direction that's not even related to where the ball is supposed to go and throw it there and hope for the best. He wasn't investigating the Red-Headed League at all. He was investigating St. Bartholomew's Hospital.
About 1 week before the plan was put into operation.
Stop turning into Dr. Volt.
We listed the same notice in every paper in London. The only way that I can keep my French accent going is to maybe say gentlemen.
It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League.
Oui, c'est ça. I'm honored that you have seen it.
States the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, the red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement, and from each person present, the pair took an application fee of 5 shillings.
And with this money, with the money to France, it was a plan most elegant, no?
No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folks like a Coster's orange barrow. And the day on which all the men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face-to-face with every single person present that day.
Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life.
See, and now every time I see the Capo's hair, I feel sick to my stomach.
Anyway, we have been summoned here today. Why have we been summoned here today?
Sorry?
The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told.
Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. That is the most important details of this trial, I would think. Very good. So, Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the crowd, or for crowd court. I'm pretty sure just the joke is that, like, Rousseau, Rossi, that's like probably French and Italian for red. Or rose, and their red hair. On the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course. We are always ready to help with the law. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lime Street that day.
But I don't recall the man in this photograph, Capo?
No, I don't remember him, obviously. He is dead now. But I assure you, he was not in the park.
Hello, this victim is nothing to do with us.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place.
You have given sworn testimony that the man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain?
Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man.
Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise. It must be noted that you have been arrested for grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Oh, with this attitude, we get nowhere. He's really sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event going in the park on the day in question,
That is ridiculous.
There's no question the Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. Which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Ah, yes, my lord.
We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lime Street that day.
Hold it!
1,000 people? That's a very big crowd.
It was quite the spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital.
See, the capo here, he has managed to magnetism on a Malaya. Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo.
All those people wanted the money, Peppino. The £4 per week.
Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui, that we did, because every one of them paid us 5 shillings.
We take their names and take their money, and we take their addresses as well, and then we eat the pasta. Then I tell them we take some days to let them know by a post, if finito, maybe 2 minutes a person. We start early in the morning and we stop late at night. So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune. I would have thought there were 1,000 gullible redheads, 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with. One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. Boy, am I glad that these guys are Italian and French. I could get in trouble if they were like anything else. But I don't recall the man in this photograph, capo?
No, I don't remember him, and obviously he is dead now. But I assure you, he was not in the...
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be pressing these.
Hold it!
He doesn't look at all familiar. No, I don't think so. And this is a way guy. He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people. Says the con artist. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. This is true, but then they should actually be testifying. We interviewed 1,000 people. I don't remember all of them. Not, we interviewed 1,000 people. I know he wasn't there. No, signore, I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems. Hey, Capo, you didn't see a man like this, huh?
No, I don't remember him, and obviously he is dead now. But I assure you, he is not in the park.
But according to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day.
Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day.
Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, but not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. Then it's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, then maybe we would recall.
That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him.
Cosmo said that you had only been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. But when I fed them... What if I fed them just one other detail about the victim, perhaps? Okay, you can clearly see his mustache doesn't match. Because that's one of the gimmicks of this, that we interview multiple witnesses at once. He was like 1,000% eating fish and chips. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember the situation. But if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips, do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Other than your companion here.
Not really. I was only looking at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Or the baguettes and cigarettes. And the escargot.
Oh, the spaghetti, me! I love it, the spaghetti! No, seriously, like, if you guys are upset that I'm, like, leaning this hard into the stereotypes, I mean... If you think I am leaning too far into the stereotypes, I need you to look at this moment right here and look at the Italian saying these words. I cooked the pizza and I eat the spaghetti. I am more saying this for like future YouTube if I ever become super famous, which will never happen, but you know, haha. Really, I had no idea.
Tell them again what you said before, Peppino.
See, Capo, see, I say it again and again.
Hold it!
Okay, so they didn't notice he was eating fish and chips, but maybe it was telling them he was a detective might help. I don't see how that would help. I mean, Lucy was kind of great. So I'm interviewing an Italian and a Frenchman. I would like to point out that the Italian is seen constantly eating pasta. The Italian's quirk is that he is Italian and eats pasta.
Excuse me.
Something to add, Mr. De Rossi? See, I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? What did he just say about the detective? Yes, that.
Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already.
But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. I understood that reference and understand that it was the Dutch. And it was people who are intolerant of other people's culture. Order, order, order. Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness. It's simple. A man who was at the bar.
Oh, there was no such man.
But what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, I
have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park.
Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not to two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it is time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster.
But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up!
I can't just not be a cartoon with these guys, especially the Italian guy. Because he is actually the stereotype.
The damage is done.
Indeed it is, sir.
There was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. It was someone else.
How can you be so sure?
Because, to start with, his face was completely different.
See, is it true? Is it true? The man who came was younger. His face was clean-shaven. His eyes were sadder. His chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever, then.
Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof.
See, the capo here. He doesn't take no nonsense,
But he was well prepared. He said he had identification.
Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Well, I mean, if this guy is the killer, or if this guy is involved, he might be the killer because we have a police pistol. But I think maybe, possibly, they're going with, maybe this guy? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity?
Clearly, the papers were fake.
Right, that's something my previous theory can't explain of why the wife's photo was in that. Certo, Capos, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another eye. And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? Oh, I didn't even consider him being here. I mean, yeah, I mean,
He became very annoying. He said, "You are under investigation."
I'm going to have to stop this now because I speak with my throat when I do the French accent, and it is going to negatively affect me if I keep voicing this guy for long. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastic. Go and look. Here is the identification. So you stole it from the man. He had it coming. He made us very scared. I can still do the Italian accent. But he was not who I said he was. Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. But I like them. Open the thing. It is Greg's. And of course, nope, nothing on the back. I mean, maybe we present it here because it is actually Greg's ID, but...
Hold it!
Okay, so that does merit pressing, that last statement, but I'm going to let him play out his second statement. Oh, actually, maybe pressing that first statement might matter now. Because now he's like, maybe he's going to say, we never met anyone calling themselves Tobias Gregson. And we have the thing that says he said he was Tobias Gregson.
Hold it!
Okay, so I mean, it was a lead worth pursuing. Oops. Yes, they do appear to be telling lies. I've been pooped.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? Cavallo, you promised not to say, capo. After we had taken all the monies that day, we would have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops. See, but the easy mistake that you make the first and the 31st. I have no sympathy for you. We were an all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. It's only because of this that so-called great red-headed detective caught us. Capo, you know what I think? I think this is a work of God. It is a holy punishment, And Pino, for the last time, this is not only punishment. This is only your fault. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake, but when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster. Okay.
Hold it!
Oops, didn't mean to repress that. Yes. Characters who have objects seem to have infinite pockets. So he says he was not in the park, but here was his identification, which we found in the park. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. What is your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. That's the inspector's all right. That is the boss's, no question about it. Can't be. As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Zoodalors. Ordar! But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose some, report it at once, he'd say. Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically? What are you saying? Unable to. You're not suggesting... Yes, it's quite possible he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen. No! Ordar! The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? Cries in Italian. I know nothing, cries in Italian. I don't know nothing. Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? Cries in Italian. Now I wish I had a return to Italia. More cries in Italian. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Lummy, stop your whining and start talking. Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story and considerably. I know nothing, I done nothing. You will tell everything or face the worst possible outcome. You'll dry your eyes and testify again about the identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. Cries in Italian. For crying out loud. Also, you can totally see why when I saw him from this angle here, I thought he was supposed to be some sort of pig man. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. Took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nicer room. It was nothing like a prison, really. This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man. But no, see, no. It was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. I capo. It was never part of my plan, I swear it. Oh, so you think it was my fault, just because I got the date of the ferry wrong by one little day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Por favor, capo. It is not fair. You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at prison, gentlemen. Oof. I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. Night before the investigation, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout.
Hold it!
Where is this hideout? We need to know where this hideout is. It needs to be investigated for... any evidence. Too scared to let him go. Why? Because he claimed he was a detective? They took Gregson prisoner, apparently. He said his address was Scotland Yard Homicide Division. Well, that makes little to no sense.
Hold it! Hold it!
Please tell me you, like, tried to strangle him or give him a fat lip.
Oh dear.
Excuse me.
I am so glad you are on the stand. You're, like, the best source of information. Because you're an idiot. Please, bruises around your neck, please. Yes, it was gossip. It's absolutely important. Of course, I don't have an evidence I can present to say gossip at the moment. Right, Venus, photo of the victim, notice board. I mean, that's tangentially tied to gossip. Oh no. I'm like 15 steps ahead of where the game wants me to be right now, I think. I don't know if this is quite what it wants me to present here, but yeah. Music stopped. So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was homely. However, you describe it. There's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, Counsel? I would ask the court to look closely. I would ask the court to...
Look at this photograph.
You will see there is no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes no sense. It was he who took the collar off the man in the morning, and I saw the red bruises on his neck just like I have. Given the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, you expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. De Rossi. Indeed. Most peculiar. But what we tell you, we said this from the beginning, many times, Yeah, I've pieced that together.
Objection!
By killing him? Yeah, it was an imposter. It was an imposter, Greg. No, my whole argument up till now has led us to this correct argument.
Objection!
Will it give us... It does give us a good view of his neck.
Take that!
One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passersby. What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? See, this man is not for the Red-Headed League guy. He's looking for the Twisted Lip League, no. Perhaps rather than making such rash claims next time, you should bite your lip instead. Seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. It's a birthmark? I mean, to be fair, it does definitely seem like you're off the mark on this one, but since the game has progressed, you are definitely on the mark somehow.
Hold it!
So fucking describe him! Can we get a police sketch person in here? He's got a girlfriend and they're into the kinky shit. Or a boyfriend. Or just autoerotic asphyxiation. Hi, Daph. I'm doing all right. I mean, you might want the money.
Is that so?
You're not on Fresno Street right now, dude.
Excuse me.
Be arrogant and French at him, please. Reveal things with your arrogant Frenchness. Because since you're French, you're clearly better than him, right? So, be French towards him. No, they're definitely no one with your face, dude. No. The name written was, we don't have that name written down for anything. It was the... Hugh Boone, yep. No, this is important. Big objections, huge objections. How do you have you not forgot how you're a smart judge? You're not a future judge. Yeah, this would have been information that you really should have revealed in your first testimony. This isn't an oopsie doopsie, I forgot. This is... one moment, chat. Okay, sorry about that. I received a phone call and it wasn't just spam. Nope, nose is entirely wrong. I could buy something being done with the lips, but that is definitely 100% the wrong nose, and I don't think... When was rhinoplasty invented? Okay, I mean, actually, it's apparently been around for a while, but, like, not... But that's also just the term for, like, nose surgery, not just nose make look gooder. I fucking swear, like, Hugh Boone, I'm not getting the pun there. It could just be a Sherlock Holmes character, but... Like, I can see, like, a couple of puns that could be done, like, with the last name of Boone. Or wait, maybe it's, like, a huge Boone. Maybe that's it. Like, having very good fortune. Take care, Delta. Like, maybe but maybe he's got a sister that, like, studies primates, and her name's is Babs Boone. Contemporary of Jane Goodall. Oh, never mind, he has no kinfolk or nothing. Oh, okay, there we go. That then... The man with the twisted lip, huh? Can't draw even the slightest connection here. This is the problem. Like, Phoenix Wright games have taught me to go down rabbit holes of trying to figure out what the pun is. I mean, the first prosecutor you meet, his name is Took Such an Ouchie. The hair is the same. The ears are the same. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Yeah. I'm onto something here. I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
Yeah, why do you rent it? Yes, you should have to say. Only the bits and bobs that belong to you. Oh, wait, I think I was actually very close on what to present there. Don't got no one in your life, huh?
Objection!
What was this, photograph doing there? So it's like that. It's like it still works. That's funny. They kept the same family name, and it still fucking works. Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. No need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. It's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, I've pieces are piecelating. This is his brother or something. So it legitimately is that his name winds up being Took Such an Ouchie. It is legitimately just like Winston Payne. Winston Payne, he took such an ouchie. Oh, the Phoenix Wright games are fucking gremlins when it comes to name puns. But yeah, like there is a version of him that has the very unrecognizable normal ass features.
Objection!
If we were looking at this the other way around, what do you mean? House Counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip itself is part of an elaborate disguise. And his nose that's completely different. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Still hiding the truth from this court? that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no. Very well then, counsel.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Ah, I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? Name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial, because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry waiting for you at the Vigil residence. And now, just hold on a minute, I don't have the first idea what I'm talking about, really. It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washboard at once. Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi, you will restrain the witness. Be my lord, see my lord. We're just not going to explain the nose, are we? Well, you're now seeing your true features, I presume. And your true clothing. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witness, tell the court. What the actual fuck? Oh, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, there is a no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary. On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi in the park, was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why? You would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently, there's a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. Seeing the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. Hi, Dusko. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Very true. You've kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. Doing all right. Yeah, Greg was using your... Yeah, okay, yep. Greg was using that as a... Huh, that's... Which would provide him an alibi if he was doing some Reaper work. Yeah, well, I mean, we've already proven that... Also, we've already proven that Gregson will definitely violate the law if he thinks it's serving the greater good. We know this for a fact. He was arrested for it. Yeah, my nose. But this also means he would have had no reason to kill Greg.
Hold it!
I mean, Vigil has a lot of things to answer for. Yes, it was the professor. All you have to say, yeah, all you have to say is, like, I believe it might be. Yes, probably. Everything seems to have been linked to that, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, fuck, for all we know, Greg was the professor. And the Reaper. And the DL6. His memory's hazy. So Fat Lip was actually Daily Vigil. And he'd been being paid to impersonate Greg. By Greg. Still working on that one. About what part? Him being the Fat Lip being Vigil? Yeah, I was like, I was mostly on board because the hair was right and the chin was right and the ears were right. The lip I figured could be faked, but the nose was just wrong, and they didn't explain the nose. They just said, bailiff, bring soap. Hey, we're gonna unrepress your trauma, dude, because we need information. Oh dear. I mean, I think it's this, that he's got a picture of his younger wife, but I don't see why that would... It's either... I mean, he wouldn't necessarily, like...
Take that!
Oh yeah, he was dismissed. I mean, the two aren't necessarily contradictory. Because, I mean, it's not uncommon for people in high positions to more or less be told, you know, you can quit or be fired. Trauma does not work this way, game. Well, I mean, I guess it can, possibly. But... people are very good at rationalizing away everything. Like, I think the normal human reaction to that would have been that, okay, no, that's a fake. Bow, bow. Oh dear. Getting some upset stomach or gas or something? Or heartburn? And we're going over the professor stuff. No explanation for who the shootman is. I mean, botched executions were and are a thing. Yes, the whole prison, it was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news dripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? Order! Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, a plot number 139, blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police reports from that time extensively. Oh, and I'm going to be right back. I need to use the restroom. I have returned. Let's wait for the ad to play, though. How are y'all doing today, chat? I hope today's going well for you. I hear it's not going the best for Delta, because you got the tummy grumbles. The stomach shall grumble. That is good to hear. I like when good things happen to my friends. Oh, just waiting for the ad to finish. So I was asking questions to stall for time. I've read records from the time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it, of using the mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Daly. This is serious business, but I cannot help you now. As chief warder, you were responsible.
As chief warder, you're responsible for... No,
I can't do Scottish. Fuck it, you're Canadian now. As chief warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of 4A. Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. I don't actually know why I fucked up a boot when I was already doing the Canadian accent. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. We have established that my Irish and Canadian accents wind up doing things together. That uses way too much of my throat to do, Demo Man. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew,
I'm not the one sounding Irish at the moment.
Ardar, bailiff, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect. But yeah, you can't say I sound Irish right now and then say, oh yeah, I had corned beef with potato and cabbage for dinner tonight. Wash it down with a pint of Guinness.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came
Then
to
me and Darby went home over to Rainbow and got our pots of gold.
once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil,
I know, but corned beef and potatoes and cabbage, that's like
and Gregson.
the Irishest meal. That is like a French person having a meal or saying, "You sound French." BRB, going to eat this escargot baguette, drink some red wine, and smoke 500 cigarettes.
All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Okay, I've gone out of my way to upset Italians, Irish, French today. There's one more case after this. I don't know. Or if you mean if there's an entire game after that case, no. Great Ace Attorney is only 2 games. Still can't quite believe what just happened. I know I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. Yeah, that's something that would definitely give someone trauma. Iris is precious and must be protect. Really, we need to tell her it eventually. Like, it's going to be coming out soon. No, she hasn't. There's one case left, dude. At Dr. Wilson's murder and the identity of Giselle Brett and the professor. It's all going to be related. You know, with just what she said there, I just have to... No, it's right there still. I mean, we really didn't find more proof that he didn't do it so much as we've made the waters incredibly muddy yet again. I've come to, like, a stupid conclusion, and I love it, and it's stupid, and I love it. So, this isn't a conclusion about the case. This is just a conclusion about our general fucking court strategy. So, behold my wonderful artistic representations of things. Behold my wonderful representation of how these cases work. You see, here's the truth. And you see, there's some water there. But the truth is heavy. So what we just do is we take a big old barrel full of ground. And we just pour that into the water. And as there's more mud in the water is more dense. And then eventually, the water is so muddy and so dense that the truth buoyances up to the surface. I don't know, but I'm actually thinking that these stupid drawings are probably one of the better ways of me explaining my thought processes. So I might just actually start just keeping an MS Paint capture on my whatever I'm playing, just so I can do dumb shit like this. even if you sit down with Kazuma, he's going to tell you like one thing, and then he's going to say that everything else will be revealed in time, dude. Yeah, we need to find out why no time of death was included in the autopsy report, because that's really suspicious. Well, I mean, I guess it's not... It's really suspicious by virtue of these games, but, like... By virtue of games as... By virtue of cases as a whole, you know, people fuck up on reports all the time. So, yeah, the coroner might have forgotten to write it down. Maybe. Could. Maybe it was not. Maybe yes, maybe no. Maybe so. Maybe flume. But I'm really liking my Greg is the actual Reaper theory. But my question is, why, if he was doing Reaper investigation, then why is the Redhead League on there? Of course, Greg could have been trying to figure out who the Reaper is too. But why would he have hired Vigil in order to be Greg at places if he wasn't having an alibi? Yes, it does sound like he was establishing an alibi. Oh, man. Now I want fucking salt and vinegar chips, even if they're real chips and not British chips. I don't get what's so addictive about them. Like, vinegar is not a pleasant taste. I don't know, but the salmiyaki sounds like takoyaki, except made with salmon instead of octopus. That doesn't sound too familiar. Back to St. Sinners, probably to the only room that exists there, huh? I think a gun that shoots boiling water at people would probably be considered a war crime. I'm going to search something sus again, FBI guy. Seriously, this is explained by what's going on in my streams. Would a gun that sprays boiling water be a war crime? I can't find a definitive answer on this. But it is funny that soldiers are not allowed to use pepper spray. Yep, it's still literally the same room. No, no one would just eat pills if they're hungry. Zeke, I'm home. Yes, and he's trying to ignore us as usual. So you think the Reaper might have been Greg? The Reaper is an organization. The Reaper Naughty. The Reap Masons. The Freep Masons? The Freeper Masons? Wait, why would... No, but... Then why would he have been trying to leave the country to protect Gina? Giselle Brett? Oh my god, her name is actually Asa Shin. I was kind of joking when I said her name would be like Aisha Shin. But her name is actually Asa Shin. Well, that explains why she would have had so much diplomatic protection. No. We need to fucking tell her. Yes, Iris deserves to fucking know my guy. Okay, so the professor, or at Genshin Asogi at least, saved Van Zykes' life but killed Clint. So, I'm really thinking that, Genshin Asogi wasn't the professor. There are too many questions that will all be untangled in the final case. This is Iris. She's both like simultaneously our adopted daughter and our mom. Like, am I wrong, chat, about that? Okay, but first we have something to report, so begin the dialogue tree where we have the options of the favor and the information. And, yep, about the Reaper and Judge Jigoku, yep. Yes, Assassin. Her name is actually Assassin. Fucking stupid. Yes, Iris needs to know. If we have to tell her, dude. Otherwise it's going to come out at the worst possible time. And then Iris will be hurt, and then she'll disappear for a while, and then then she'll come back bringing us vital evidence that we need to win the case. You never spoke about his family. So where's Judge Tanuki? He broke the witness stand? It's easy to imagine him breaking the witness stand, at least. It is possible. Okay, hold on a second. This is... Let's see here. Are there any suspiciously identifying any things on anyone? I mean, right now I'm kind of like... I don't know, because we were told there was a trunk at the scene involved, and there's a trunk right there, but like... That's a very... Yes, that's actually a very... Like, why have we been presented this photograph as a thing that's gone into our court record? Like, maybe we're gonna find one of his buttons somewhere or something. I mean, I would say that no, not necessarily that we've been given this photograph, but we've never been given a piece of quote-unquote evidence that hasn't been useful for something. Maybe my theory from before of a trail across the seas happening might happen, but reversed from what it was looking like at the start. And my face. and Sholmes is here. Suddenly Sholmes. Sholmes sure just Sholmed all over us. He said it's Showman time and then Sholmed all over us. We have visited this place recently, actually, but now that you've said it, we haven't visited in some time, Susie. I'm sure it's going to be relevant now. I would feel worse about causing all of these problems for people if these games weren't strictly linear. Like, sorry, buddy. Utilitarian approach. The ends wind up justifying the means. Okay, so the thing Sholmes gave us isn't in the... He really should have also told you to eat fish and chips on the way. Oh, they had arranged to meet at 5. That's going to be relevant. Whoops. I don't know. So the executioner is the one that should be suspected, not you. You cut corners on the procedure. It literally would have, well, we moved, both the coroner and the executioner would have had to have been in on it, provided the executioner didn't just botch the execution accidentally when the coroner wanted them to. And we know the coroner, and that was Dr. Shi. Or that was just a wonderful excuse to get out of the way a useful fall guy. That is not the same answer. Oh, fuck no. The actual professor was Clint. Asogi, having found this out, killed Clint, his friend, because he couldn't bear that his friend had become a mass killer. And then he took the fall as the professor. I would assume he was not allowed his sword. Wasn't allowed to have writing materials. Yeah, they were trying to cover up something. Definitely cover up something. Of course it vanished without a trace. That's gonna be important. Maybe. Yeah, but yeah, why would Barricade didn't know about... Impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense. Yes? But if it's actually carried out because a police officer told you to do it, I think that counts as entrapment, even if he didn't try to get you arrested for it. I just remembered something. They always remember something. Oh boy, they're a state secret. And remember how I said I wouldn't come back unless I had to? The plot told me I had to. Also, that birdcage is a crime in of itself. Yeah, you're right. I don't think we did. But he read about the trial, so he should know. I know what you were looking for. You were looking for the... Wait, how did you know Gregson was dead? He has one on his wall. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request upon my death that any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with a deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land in knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. IGAH, no. IGA LKA EJ, no. IATI I at if no. That's just one sentence. But no, okay, no. There's death belonging Asogi, Japan. This see nothing path. That's good. Well, provided there's no hidden code in this that I haven't been able to figure out. Well, yes, but it's not written in Japanese, so I can't deal with it. If it's some fucking kanji can also mean this shit, I'm never going to. What about the executioner? No, Iris, you can in fact have too much iron in your diet. Oh yeah, I think he does have an axe on his pocket, or so. At the very least, it looks like a tonfa, a police baton. The executioner? Oh, Mariah Gorey. The one who did the... Oh, the fucking plague doctor? One who wanted to dissect us? I mean, did she already married? Or I guess maybe she had married, had her, got divorced, married she. I mean, I don't think she's going to like us much. I'm going to be very disappointed if you're, like, involved in something dark, dude, because you actually seem like... So far, you've seemed like a good man. Oh, wait, I think I probably know where I need to go. I probably need to go to Strongheart's office and get information about Gory from there. Take care. Hello, Evie. How are you today, you mega cutie? No, these aren't what I wanted to ask about. How are you today, Evie? What were you playing? Did we get a shout out for Evie? We did. Enter the Gungeon. Send him back to Japan, obviously. He keeps giving both good guy and bad guy vibes. See, like, he'll say things like, I cannot tolerate any gears out of line within this, but, like, that's also kind of how you would want a court system to work, right? And then it's like, hey, we would like to break protocol here. And it's like, okay, go on ahead. It's an exceptional circumstance, so why not? The sky puppies are back! He needs to, like, even from a, like, from a completely rational perspective, I can see why he needed to find out what happened to his father and see it with his own eyes. Oh, also, I feel like I should show you these. I legitimately think that you might have something to say about your father's last will, dude. So what the fuck happened when you disappeared, man? Hi, Rose. You're a cutie. Extraordinary stroke of luck? Yeah, I'm sure it was luck. Yeah, by sheer coincidence, I'm sure. It's all definitely by accident. How did someone know about that? Also, that is kind of fucked. Just like sending a letter to the man's kid being like, yeah, I've never met you and I fucking hate you because of your dad. It's good that he's saying he wanted to seek the truth, and not clear his father's name or something, because this implies that he wants to find out, is this what really happened? Did my father actually do this? Not, my father can't have done this, I'm going to prove it. Now perhaps do I present this to you? No? And 1 second, I need to say hi to your sky puppies. Hi, sky puppies. That sounds like something that only makes sense with the knowledge of Japanese folklore and stuff. Japanese sparrow. Did he say that to Kazuma? Or did Kazuma say it to him? Okay, so... In Japan, the sparrow is an emblem of simplicity and joy. Okay, we aren't presented with the option to present. Am I sure I've asked everything I needed to double? No, I don't think I have, because I didn't receive anything here, and I've tried to present things, but he's like, don't show me evidence. You didn't notice the giant painting. Ah, okay, this is... Yes, now I see this is... yeah. Of course it's by Lowgate Cemetery. Fucking yes! We know... Yes! This has been the central point of discussion, my guy! There we go, that's what we needed to present. Have you thoroughly searched the sword to make sure there are no, like, hidden compartments, messages hidden in the sheath? No, dude, they're totally related. We're going to get to the bottom of everything. I mean, in a way, aren't these courtroom trials just legal samurai battles? That is a lot of plushies. Hello, people who got my mom arrested for murder. Can you, like, act the slightest bit not batshit insane, please? Autopsy report? You know, when I saw the plushies, I basically assumed she looked more or less just like this. We were told not to write it. By Strongheart. Yeah, now I'm really doubting Strongheart. The estimation of the time of death is impossible. Ooh. It's entirely Oh, you're cute. Also, let's face it, there are people who that is an objective plus to. So if I've partially formed something in my head that because Clint had an autopsy ordered by Greg, that's how Kazuma's dad was found to have killed Clint. I would advise not wanting to cut up living people. Do not put sharp objects in living people, and you will not go down the same path as your mom. Wilson was responsible for the autopsy. Oh. Well, I guess who I know we're talking to next. 'It was Strongheart, wasn't it? I know, it was Greg. Oh, nope, Sholmes. Two years ago, Hurley kept reading this document over and over and over again. Oh, she was there with him. Okay. Please do not refer to alive people as living specimens. Yeah, like she fucking knows something, my guy? I don't want to cast judgment on people. I don't like to do that mostly. Well, I do. I like to cast positive judgment on people. I would say that I think she seems like a good person, albeit one who is, off. No, Iris is not the culprit. But she knows something, yes, clearly. But yeah, I would say Gory actually seems to want to be a good person. She's just... No, we have visited this place several times, but it wasn't the right time to visit it. I guess we get to talk to Gina now or something? Box. 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 That definitely couldn't fit a body. Hi, Gina. It's... box. I guess we can't talk about the box. You stole it, didn't you? Which is also information he would need if he was investigating their killing. Oh boy. More shin nonsense. If it is an investigative notebook, maybe he found out about her, though. But why is the Red-Headed League? Why is its stuff up there with the Reaper killings? Hi, Toby. How are you doing, Toby? How is the good boy? Toby's here, everyone. Look, it's Toby. Look at him's. Look at him's face. Look at him. He's such a good boy. One of my favorite exchanges in anything involving the word Hellhound is... There's this book series I read, the Dresden Files. So he's dealing with, along with this Knight Templar or something. main character, Harry Dresden, he's a wizard. And then he hears the baying of hellhounds in the distance, and he's like, holy shit, hellhounds. And the Knight Templar's like, Harry, language. Then Harry's like, oh, right. Holy shit, heckhounds.
Take that!
Let's see. I was thinking maybe we could track down the judge who's been not here.
Take that!
Greg wore this on his head. It must smell like Greg. Toby's excited. Trunks smell like Greg, because of course it's Greg. It says TG on it. What's in the box? I don't know. I want to know what is in the box. Sandwich. Beppo. What were you hiding, Beppo? Eh. What's in the box? Box contents may be important. Evidence. Something wrong, Toby? What's wrong, Toby? Toby, what's... He's gonna lick my face off? What? I am sure Toby had a very good reason. Oh, that's blood. Was going to go to Paris. Hi, Sholmes. We have questions for you. So Toby, for some reason, once we got that, tackled us and licked the ever-loving crap out of us, apparently. Useful dialogue.
Her mit dem Schwarzbiergebot, brodend wie ein Feuerwerk, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut. Her mit dem Knacker ich befahl, hat wie ein
Was?
Diamant den Zahn entzwei es brach, o über deine Hut. Er dem Scheid holdlich gelobt und auf den ersten Streich alle Seiten es zerriss wie Ode an die Wut. Her mit dem Schwarzbierchen.
That's
brodend wie
Susie's dad, isn't it?
Feuerwerk, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen
We're going to do the thing, aren't we? We're doing the thing. Clearly, from the fact that he's clearly singing.
It was talking about that.
That was clearly him doing the singing, not like a recording or something. Yeah, he's German, clearly. It's not Susie's dad at all. And the fact that his mouth is definitely moving while this is going on. It's not the gramophone that's right over there. I would like to confirm he's not dead. Hey, that's like related to the name of that little brat. The balloon brat. Yeah, the balloon brat. Noticing the trunk is unlocked. Yeah. And we should have talked to Ira sooner. Sholmes, that was stupid. That was more stupid than usual.
Her mit dem Knacker ich befahl, hat wie und auf den ersten Streich
That's Kazuma's mask. Oh yeah, it was Bohemia. Yeah, we need to do the thing, obviously. Sholmes did his thing, so I have to do the thing to... You know, I just noticed the silhouette of the sword was removed since we've returned it to Kazuma. It's the... Yes, his lips aren't moving. That's not...
Take that!
The fucking gramophone? Okay, he's unconscious. His identity is revealed by taking off the fucking mask and thus seeing that it's... Susie's dad.
Take that!
I'm gonna be right back, chat. Okay, I'm back. And sorry, the actual stupidity of this bit was actually getting to me. Yes, Sholmes. Nearly everything about you is supremely unreliable. Professor Mikotoba? Duh. Susato, how didn't you notice? What? Why have you taken over? You've taken over the... Yeah, logic and reason are just looking and saying, which is what it was from the beginning. It really looks like you have something stored in your mouth. What are you hiding in your mouth? Seriously, Iris, you're the responsible one here. I should not be, like, treating you like the family dog. Because it's like, what's in your mouth? Drop it. Drop it. Oh yeah, the chest is unlocked. I did comment on that, didn't I? Seriously, does it not look like she's holding something in her mouth? Like they've given her like just a little bit of like extra definition to the mouth being closed that makes it look like she's like purposely trying to keep her mouth closed.
Take that!
See, look. This entire exercise was fucking stupid. You know you don't. Sometimes a man needs to point his finger and think later. That is a lesson your descendants are going to take to heart.
Take that!
I called. I was right. I was right. I was right. Because all that stuff was on the, so fucking stupid. That is maximum fucking stupid.
Objection!
Yeah. Now it's the paper sticking out of her bag, right? Yeah, maybe. Oh, yep.
Take that!
I mean, I was basically thinking the same thing, but I thought that was what was stuffed into her knapsack. Mariah Gory. I still don't... I mean, gory in that she dissects things. I guess she finds things in bodies, so MRI? She's a gory MRI? That works, but it's also weird. Yeah, valid question. Of course, you took it because your dad did the autopsy. He's waking up. Oh, nope. I mean, of places he could have fallen unconscious, that's probably one of the more comfortable ones. Okay, Iris, I swear, you... Yeah, okay. If this is not the time that we come clean... No, because if the John H. Wilson that did the autopsy was with Mikotoba, yep, so, I fucking swear, if we tell her, this is the time to tell her. Tell her. But before we do that, single stab wound to the heart, other superficial external wounds, indicative of a duel. Scarlet ink stains visible on little and ring finger of right hand, but no document of corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for no internal trauma noted anywhere on the body, other than the heart. No, this is the time to fucking tell her, guys. Is that Dr. Wilson's? It's her dad's handwriting. Wait, does that mean your partner was... He was certain Wilson wasn't Sholmes's partner. Susano's dad was certain that that Wilson wasn't Sholmes's partner. I think that might be because... Then the fact that you didn't recognize him by his not eyeballs is extra inexcusable, Jones. You fucking vacant melon. And the fact that he had information on the Hound of the Baskervilles. Yes, the fact that he's gained reputation as a great mystery solver is an incredible thing, isn't it? The Professor Miko Tobilson. Considering the fact that he's a fucking idiot. That's... I'm more just looking at names involved in this case for, anything that strikes me as, Okay, I'm going to be completely honest here. I'm looking for anything that I can twist into the name Moriarty. Yeah, there's a very important question that needs to be answered right now. Yeah. Okay, there are two options. A, her mom died in childbirth and he hooked up with some English lady. Or B, mom came along to Britain. I was like, wait, he wasn't in his detective outfit. Yes, you do need to give Susato a full explanation. And Iris! no, do not go until you reveal the truth about this, because this is the kind of thing that people go off on the one last mission and then they... Hold on a second, I need to check something real quick. It's possible. Okay.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
So the question is, oh, wait, hold on. This is... That... So this was the last case, and it's... Okay, no, we're not doing this now. Wait, are we? No, wait, hold on. What is time? Time, what is time? Okay, I'm just looking at, hold on, what? Okay, oh. I'm just looking at someone's estimation of time of this, and have you noticed that I have a nasty habit of having a game that I'm completing on Sunday as I have that thing I need to go and do? Basically exactly a stream. Okay, I'm going to... We're going to finish this on Monday. We are not going to play it tomorrow. We are going to play something else tomorrow. We're going to finish this Monday. That way we can finish it in one stream rather than whatever the fucking all of the thing. I think that is only reasonable. So I can balance my obligations, and also not produce bad producing and not having to risk that things go at the wrong length and not have to rush and stay cute, everyone. Mwah.